Good evening, everyone. We are here for City Council meeting. It's Monday, February 1st, 2021. We'll start this meeting with a roll call and determination of quorum.
Nordstrom.
Here.
Weifenbach. Here. Roberts. Here. Stroman. Here. Armstrong. Here. Jones.
Here.
Lehman. Here. Solomon. Here. Evans.
Here.
Drew. Here. We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll have an invocation by Pastor Craig Moore, and following that invocation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for your word. Your word tells us, Proverbs chapter 3, that we can trust in you with all our heart, lean not on our own understanding, and you would guide us and give us a straight path. We ask, Lord, today that you will do that. We want to put our acknowledgement in you. We want to put our trust and our faith in you. We pray, Lord, for our city council, our mayor, our city council members. We ask, God, that you will give them wisdom as they deal with the things for our city. Important things, Lord, that really have impact on hearts and lives of the people of our city. We pray over our city, God. We pray, Lord, that you will shine brightly in this city. I pray that you will push back the darkness of our city. I pray that your light will shine, Lord, in every home in this city, God, in every business in this city, God, in every government building, in every medical facility, God, that you will pour out your light, your love upon this city, God, and that you will touch the hearts and lives of the people of this city, God, from the richest to the poorest, God, to those that are hurting, to those, Lord, that are caring for those that are hurting. I pray, Lord, God, that you will pour out your blessing. We speak blessing over this city, God. I ask, God, that you will allow this city to prosper. I pray, Lord, that righteousness will prevail, that corruption will fail. I pray, Lord, that the good will do well, that it will shine forth, and that evil will be brought down. Father, we pray, God, that you will visit this place in a powerful way. May your presence be felt here tonight as you do what you can only do. Speak to hearts and lives. Direct us and guide us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the United States of America. Stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And now for the adoption of the agenda. This is the point in the meeting when the council may adopt the agenda as written or make certain alterations to it. Motion to adopt by Solomon and a second by Armstrong. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Is Mary Jackson here?
Mary Jackson? Yes.
I just need to know if we can identify which item she's here on.
We'll get that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I'd like to thank those of you. We have a majority of folks wearing a face covering tonight. I'd like to thank you for honoring us and following the House rules. I would like to ask those who are not to find one. We may have a box over here. And I'd appreciate if you would adhere to those House rules as well. Now, Councilmember Pat Jones requests a moment of personal privilege. We're going to go to Pat Jones. Just sit there.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, everyone here. I get to talk a little bit tonight about a very wonderful, positive, happy thing that happened in our city that not many people know about, but it shows what we should be about and how government should work. A few weeks ago, there was a concern that a family brought forward with the library. The library was requiring masks, and there was a family who had a member of their family who, for medical reasons, could not wear a mask. And so that family did not have the opportunity to visit our wonderful Rapid City Public Library as a family. And that was a concern because the mom homeschools the kids. She has amazing, bright kids, and one of her children absolutely loves the library and is passionate about everything in the library, books, 3D printers, everything about it. And so we are at a bit of a stalemate. And so instead of just giving up, instead of just throwing paper at things and complaining and everyone sitting back and grumbling, the people involved got together and talked about solutions. And people talked and got together, and it came time for the library's monthly library board meeting. And it was done by Zoom, so we were there by Zoom. And some terrific discussion took place as to why the mask mandate was put in place. And terrific discussion took place as to why and how we might be able to try out a plan to allow those that had legitimate medical exemptions that they could prove with a note from the doctor to be able to be in the library without a mask. And I really want to compliment Alderman Darla Drew. She is a member on the library board. She offered tremendous leadership during that. Thank you very much, Alderwoman Drew. Alderman Weifenbach was in on the call. The library board all was there and took part. The mom was there. And we had a tremendous discussion, not about what we can't do, but about what we can and should do for the betterment of our citizens. And most of all, what was best for this young man. And you know what? That meeting ended with people who disagreed with each other for legitimate reasons, coming together, having a terrific, rational, civil conversation. Alderwoman Drew made a suggestion that we try a pilot program of allowing those in with no masks, and it worked. That young man and his family went to the library, and the mom sent us pictures. This boy was smiling from ear to ear, and the family's happy. And instead of telling this family to go to Hill City or go somewhere else, what? They're using our library, and the family is happy. And the library did the right thing and is supporting it. My colleagues here, everyone talked and did the right thing. And so I am extremely grateful to all involved. I'm thankful to the library board for doing what they did to make this happen. Terry Davis, our librarian, for her willingness to bring it forward. And it was a success. And it's a model of what I believe we should do in government. Is when problems come forward, we sit down with the people that need to sit down and we talk about it, and we find solutions in a calm, rational, intelligent manner. That's how government should work, and I am so proud of everyone involved for making that happen. So thank you, Mayor, for the time. I appreciate it. And again, thank you to all those involved. Fantastic job.
All right, thank you. Now, item 1 on the agenda is a presentation by Black Hills Council of Local Governments, Jennifer Seitzma.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jennifer Seitzma, and I recently took the Executive Director position at Black Hills Council of Local Governments in March of 2020. My predecessor... Sure. Is that better? My predecessor in the role that I'm in is Allie Demerseman, and you guys probably all know her by face and by name. It's been a great last 11 months being out here in the Black Hills, and I've been enjoying the transition. I came here from Northeast South Dakota, and there I worked for Northeast Council of Governments for 13 years prior to coming here as a planner for that planning district. Richie invited me here tonight to give an overview of our organization for those who may not understand or know what we do. and also to give an update on some of the work we've been doing this last year with the local government coronavirus relief fund. Before I get started on that, I would like to say thank you to all of you for your continued commitment to the city of Rapid. It's not an easy time to be in public office, and I just wanted to extend my gratitude to all of you for your service. So the planning districts are a mechanism that were actually created by Governor Frank Farrar in the 1970s. And the purpose behind the planning and development districts was to create greater efficiency in the operation of governments. And that's at the state level, federal level, and local level. And you've been a member of our organization from our inception. And basically, the idea behind the planning and development districts is to eliminate any kind of duplication of effort among different levels of government. But really what we are is a catalyst for community development, economic development, and just overall better government at the local level. And so you might have seen that I put a list of projects. It's the orange sheet that's laying, or services that's laying on your desk there. And I will put that up here so that your constituents can see what we're talking about. So you might be wondering, what does a planning and development district do? Well, there's 6 of us throughout the state. We have statewide coverage for all cities and counties across the state. If you choose to be a member, there is a district that you can be part of. We cover 9 counties in the Black Hills, and then obviously the cities within those areas. And really, it's pretty simple. If you or your constituents have questions about whether or not a project can be done or how it can be funded, a lot of what we do is match projects, community development projects, economic development projects, with a funding mechanism. So we work a lot with federal and state programs that offer grants and loans to city and county governments. And the list of services there, that includes some other more general planning activities that we assist with: strategic planning, county and municipal comprehensive plans, zoning, subdivision ordinance development. All of those are more of the planning side. In the city of Rapid, you have staff who are probably more than qualified to deal with all of that. But if you ever have a question about something that maybe has been done somewhere else and has been successful, we have a really great working relationship with the other 5 districts statewide, and so we can always find an example for whatever it is you're looking for. And if not, we can come to the table and offer some good ideas. Our planning staff is really great. You've probably worked with them and know them, Lizanne Zeller, William Lass, and then we just recently hired Kaylee Snyder. We also we do environmental reviews for many projects. That is usually the initial step for any kind of federally or state-funded project, just to ensure that we're meeting all the requirements there. If you move down to the intergovernmental activities, my background, the strongest part of my background is actually in mitigation planning. And so at NECOG, before I came here, we initiated one of the first mass acquisition projects that our state had ever done through the FEMA buyout program. We also assist with mitigation planning and look at that more at a regional approach. So here that's especially important simply because there's so many shared boundaries. You know, you're so close, where maybe up in Harding and Perkins County it's not as big of a deal. But with you guys, you know, just kind of overlapping into Meade County and vice versa, it makes sense to have a regional approach to some of those mitigation planning efforts. And so we're here to assist with that. The back side of your sheet is really where my staff spends a lot of their time. And you all have probably had experiences with the staff long before I was here, working with the state revolving loan fund for water and wastewater infrastructure improvement projects, the consolidated grant program, Governor's Office of Economic Development. You guys are actually an entitlement community, and so in the last couple of years, I know Allie worked with your staff, Michelle, and the other CDBG program staff to develop a relationship where we could do the environmental reviews for those projects and also assist with the Davis-Bacon monitoring. So that's one of the larger activities that we do for the City of Rapid right now. DENR, there's also the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. You guys currently have a roof, Firewise roof project that you're doing that I think we assisted with the grant that was done before I came here, and can also assist with the administration of that program. And then EDA grants, DOT, and then Game Fish and Parks and Land and Water Conservation Fund and Rec Trails programs are all common. I don't think that's all inclusive, but again, the way our office works really is if you have community needs that you're unsure if there's a funding mechanism for them, you can certainly reach out to us. You can email me or the staff, give me a call. And usually you can just run whatever your idea is past us, and we can give you a very quick yes or no. There is a project or a program that we can marry with your project. So a lot of what we do is application development. We also do the administrative side on the back end. And then one of the projects, this is an older list, but one of the huge projects that we undertook this last year was when the federal government approved the CARES stimulus bill. The state knew that there was already a mechanism in place, the planning and development districts, to be able to roll out the local government funds that were allocated to each of the cities and counties. And so with that, we did assist with any questions about eligibility of different types of expenses, or just assisting with getting the reimbursement submitted or the claims submitted for reimbursement. And so that did take up a big chunk of our time in 2020. As you guys are probably aware, the pandemic has really kind of impacted us all, some of us creating a lot of work and just a lot of discussion. So that has been, for the most part, successful. If you're wondering where that is at, the remaining funds that are left in the initial CARES stimulus bill for local governments, if it wasn't all spent, which it wasn't. We had last looked, it was $204 million statewide for local governments that had been spent. And the remaining funds are going through the legislature, and they will determine if more money will be kicked back to the local government program. So it's a possibility the City of Rapid could see additional money come back if the legislature doesn't have a better place for it. So, and as most of you know, primarily those funds were used for reimbursement of law enforcement, correctional facility staff, payroll and benefits, and then also cleaning supplies and anything that was necessary for mitigation or response to COVID. So if you've had a chance to look through that, I would entertain any questions if you have them. If not, I can sit down and let you guys move on with your meeting. We do have what's called a joint cooperative agreement with the city and all of our members, and that does need some updating. There's a little bit of confusing language in there, and so I'll be updating that, and I'll be working with your city staff to get that in front of you once it's ready. But are there any questions at all?
Darla Drew.
I just turned it off. Okay. Hi, Jennifer. As a new person that is serving with you guys, do you have any way of maybe updating us after your quarterly meetings? Because I think this is an important section of information to get as a council. I would be happy to disperse that for you if you got it to me, but this is only renewed quarterly, correct? Is that what you do?
Sure, yes, and I guess do you care if I fill everyone in a little bit
Yes.
about that? So
Yeah.
operationally, the Council of Governments, typically statewide, meet quarterly unless there's a need for a special meeting, and each of our members has a delegation to our board. And so for the City of Rapid, those members, you guys actually have more because of the size of the city, but Darla, Richie, and John are all assigned to our board. And yes, I can certainly, would you like just a summary of what's been covered, or just something that you can share with the council quickly, or?
Yeah, maybe what's been covered and where, of course, everybody's interested in finances right now and where the money might be going. If you can shed any light on that, that's always helpful. With the CARES Act in particular, okay?
Sure, now or just
No,
in
when we
writing?
do,
Okay.
yeah. when you
Okay,
give this stuff
certainly.
to me. That'd be
Certainly,
great.
I can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I do have business cards. Do you want me to leave them here? Okay.
Yeah, you could leave the stack with Jason there.
Thanks.
And item 2 on the agenda is a presentation on the Ascent Innovation Campus. Mitch Nightingale.
Mayor Allender, members of the council, my name is Mitch Nightingale, born and raised West River and a South Dakota School of Mines grad. Tonight I come to you as the Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and by default the Director of the Rapid City Economic Development Foundation, of which we'll be speaking tonight. Thanks so much for your time. A little history about where we're going as we go in with this building. The Rapid City Economic Development Foundation was founded shortly after the 1972 flood as a way to hold land in a nonprofit entity for future economic development. The sales of that land at discounted prices to attract and retain businesses has created a windfall that we've been able to further enhance that investment by the construction of now almost 2 technology-focused business incubators, which is what I'm here to discuss with you tonight. So that was very successful for over 30 years. Then in 2006, our first facility on the backside of the South Dakota School of Mines campus was built as a affordable space to assist startups and new to the area technology businesses. I say that new to the area, which is an important part of what we do. When we first opened in 2006, it was designed only for technology-based startup businesses. We quickly found that there was a need that we could fill by bringing a satellite office from a larger company into the area. A great success story that comes to mind there is Caterpillar. Headquartered out of Peoria, Illinois, there was a School of Mines grad working there, and he learned that they were looking to put a design center probably in the country of India. He went to his boss and said, hey, can I just try it in Rapid City for a little while? You know, we get a lot of grads from there anyway. You know, what's the harm? And so they moved 10 design engineers into our facility in 2008. A few years later, they moved out with 70. Now they are on the 2nd floor of the West River Electric building with over 100, with plans to recruit even more. And those are essentially all engineer positions. They do all of their overhead out of Peoria, and so huge success story, and we continue to follow that today to attract both startups and new to the area businesses. Moving forward, in 2018, the Black Hills Business Development Center rebranded to Ascent Innovation, try to re-energize everybody a little bit, and the Black Hills Business Development Center had swayed a little bit from our true name because we weren't all business development, and we just needed to clarify that a little bit. We sit right now at about 10% vacancy, which by industry standards of incubators is about where you want to be. If you are 100% full, you can't react to any startup that might be coming up. You can't react to a new to the area business. And so we like to stay right around that 7 to 10% vacant. And so we like where we're at right now. Current tenants, you can see there, 16 total, which accounts for over 90 full-time employees, and then 50 interns from South Dakota School of Mines, Western Dakota Tech, and Black Hills State University. You can see that the breakup, 7 of those new to the area satellite offices, 7 startups, 1 resource partner, that's the Governor's Office of Economic Development, and then a research center, the Advanced Manufacturing Tech Lab that we leased back to the South Dakota School of Mines. So the reason I'm here today, where are we going? If you have noticed, if you drive anywhere near the post office recently at 18 East Main Street, we've got a heck of a building going up over there, and we're super proud of where that's going. To give you just the history of the last 2 years, I suppose, this council in October of 17 transferred 4.3 acres of excess property valued at about $1.6 million to our foundation, which really started us down this road. July of 2018, the state put in $1.2 million in future funds. towards the building. And then on September 19, we got the federal government involved with $3.2 million towards that building. October of 2019, we began construction on our $12 million, 40,000 square foot incubator and economic development engine. And just to note that we also have skin in the game between Elevate Rapid City and the Economic Development Foundation. Through either cash reserves or commercial financing, we're coming up with the rest of the $7.6 million. So we're putting our piece in there as well. I'm super excited to report that we are about 2 weeks from the substantial completion date on the shell of the building. That means that our Elevate Rapid City team will be moving in shortly after that. And then as the shell has been under completion, you can see now that we've got 14 companies, either companies that potentially are moving over from the current building or just a slew of different other options looking to get their spaces designed and built out. The space was designed intentionally as a shell with open space that we could then build out both to suit new tenants, but also so we could do it in a logical way so that as they move on and move up, the space they leave behind is ready for the next startup. Just a couple notes about our incubator. Because of the grant funding and other items that we receive, you can't be in our building longer than 5 years. We look at 5 years as a great mark on the wall. We like to see it as two people that started in their garage, they move into our building. They grow to 10, 20, however many people in their 5 years. During that time, they have put their kids in school, they've bought houses, all those things. And so at the end of the 5 years, they're really entrenched in this community, and they're going to leave, and they're going to keep that company here as opposed to outsourcing it to Denver or somewhere else. And so that's really an important step in their growth and our strategy is to keep it that way. We are technology focused in that technology being a broad term, but we're looking to enhance primary sector jobs. We want to bring those advanced manufacturing, software developers, the high-paying jobs into the area and keep them here, which then supports all the rest of the economy with all the support jobs that come in place. A few pictures. This is a rendering that was put together almost 18 months ago, but if you stand on the corner of East and Main right now, it looks almost exactly like that. And so we're pretty proud of Skull Construction and Strang Architecture and all of the subcontractors and everybody that's put so much work into this. It is a 40,000 square foot building, about 27,000 of that being leasable space. Go to my next page here. You can see on the left there, sorry that's a little hard to see, but a wonderful event space where we'll be able to hold lunch and learns, workshops, mentoring opportunities. You can see some shots from the mezzanine. A great collaborative space where our entrepreneurs and startups can eat their lunch and things like that. If you're at all familiar with our current building, our shared space is very small. Our break room, especially for engineers, if there's more than 3 of them in there, we really get pretty uncomfortable. And so, we're really excited to have more space to what we call collision meetings, where you're running into other people in other specialties, collaborating, coming up with new ideas, and continuing to foster our economy. With that, on behalf of the staff at Elevate Rapid City, the small business owners, the entrepreneurs that are going to reap the benefits of this facility, I'd like to thank the Office of the Mayor, the members of this council, everyone here, the citizens of Rapid City and the surrounding Black Hills, for your support as we look to elevate the region for all. I welcome any questions or comments you have.
Okay, Pat Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much, Mitch. This is so exciting, and driving by that new building down there every day, it's wonderful to see. There's so many great things going on that you folks are involved in. Are you involved in anything with local businesses to helping them grow and take the next step and continue to grow? Because as important as it is to bring in new, we also want to support our current businesses. And I'm just curious what goes on with your folks and some of the tenants and things that are there now to help our current businesses take the next step.
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, I won't try to get into too much detail because we have a fantastic staff at Elevate Rapid City that can present more to that fact. And I probably glossed through it. One of the other things that was happening concurrently to the construction of this building was the merger of the Rapid City Area Chamber of Commerce, our Economic Development Foundation, and the Economic Development Partnership, all under the Elevate Rapid City umbrella, which really has done well to align efforts, reduce duplicate efforts. And so now where you had 3 different organizations that probably thought they were in charge of workforce development, now there's one organization all aligned and under one roof and one person directing our workforce attraction and talent development. So to your question, yes, we are working hard for the local businesses as well. Our talent attraction director, Samantha McGrath, is actually rolling out 4 programs related in some way to reinvigorating the local workforce, helping the underemployed get to the employed level through education opportunities and things like that. And a lot of that is done through some great partnerships with our universities, Western Dakota Tech, and things like that. I'm probably going around your question, Councilman, because I don't want to speak out of turn to my staff, but I can tell you that the alignment of our 14 staff members now has put us in a great position to do exactly that, with all of the resources that a normal Chamber of Commerce had, as well as a typical economic development office to do exactly that. So, and I should also say that I'm excited about my pillar of innovation and entrepreneurship, in that I used to be much more focused on inside the walls of our incubator, where now I'm chartered with innovation and entrepreneurship for our entire community. So while within our building we're concentrating on technology startups, I am chartered with helping any entrepreneur, any someone that wants to start a small business. They can come to us and we will work them through the process of business plan development and all that down the road. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you mentioning about those 3 entities coming together. That's a gigantic step forward in moving our city forward. And then the I don't remember exactly what word you said, but the reintegrating or invigorating the workforce. You said it better than I just did. What was the term you used?
Reinvigorating.
Thank you. That is a wonderful thing, because quality workforce is vital for our community. I work in human resources and I deal with it every day, so that is vital too, so thank you. And it's great for our folks to know that not only is this project doing new things, it's also very interested in caring about what's here now. It's a wonderful marriage, and I'm so excited to hear about it and wish continued success. Thank you. I'll yield my time, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Carla Drew.
Thank you. Hey, Mitch, wonderful presentation and really exciting project. What happens to the old incubator? Is it still in use?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Councilwoman, thanks so much for that question. The long-term plan for that building will be to transfer it to the South Dakota School of Mines. We will operate both buildings until such time as we can make that happen. A lot of factors are going into that. The School of Mines is this year focused on their mineral industries building, so that's top of mind for everybody. And so we are strong partners with the South Dakota School of Mines, and we will make that happen at some point. There's also some grant constraints on the current building that we'll want to make sure that we are following correctly, so we don't suffer any penalties from that grant. But that will be the eventual step, is to get it completely into the hands of the South Dakota Mines campus.
Okay, and will they still operate it as an incubator, or other plans for it, do you know? Because I know there was a 5-year waiting list, and that's what I was concerned about with these, the new Ascent building. You had the 10% availability rate. Is this somehow going to take care of that 5-year of wait list for people that are wanting to get space?
I think probably part of my answer to that on the 5-year waiting list is that we have worked hard to mitigate that and really hold the tenant companies more accountable to moving on and moving up, I should say. And so part of that was our own doing. The School of Mines will use it mostly as a research facility. If you're familiar with the campus, they are busting at the seams for classroom space, research space, all of those things. Some of the companies that potentially have research partnerships, that it makes sense for them to be both a tenant company and a research partner. I can see them staying at least for a while. Once the deed is in their hands, I can't completely speak for the School of Mines, but I understand that to be the plan. And we will continue to help where we need to move companies over and work hard to get them into commercial space here in the Rapid City area.
It's hard to move out of your parents' basement, so thank you. I just wanted to understand where that was at. Thank you.
Bill Evans.
Yeah, I just also want to thank you for the excellence that this project has turned out to display to everybody. The cooperation has manifested itself in this beautiful structure that's really going to be a benchmark for good architectural design in the city, and people are going to start saying, well, that really matters that you do build buildings that make a statement. And I want to thank everybody. I wasn't on the council when this was all approved, but the forethought that went into locating it in that particular spot, East Boulevard and other streets in this community deserve to be urban showcases, and I want to thank the planners for thinking of that. It's so appropriately located, and I hope we do more of that kind of urban design going forward. So I just want to thank you. It's really been great.
Thank you, Councilman.
Jason Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mitch, thank you. Good work to you and your team. I love it. Question for the council, since you have us all here and you have our attention. What could the City Council and the City of Rapid City do to further encourage innovation and entrepreneurship in our community?
Mr. Mayor.
And if you don't, that's a loaded question. So if it's something you need to chew on, I saw your reaction, but I think we would love to do what we can, and having someone like you share some insights would be helpful.
I'm going to check with the mayor if he's okay with me asking that question.
Yes, go ahead if you want.
Thank you, Councilman. I think one of the big areas for us is we're handling the small business, the entrepreneur. We've got that pretty well handled on the 5-year mark. It's the scalability and the availability of light industrial and commercial space around the city that I think we can really help with. The infrastructure that goes into that, and just all of, from the time they leave us at 5 years, there's, but we need hand in hand between Elevate Rapid City, all of the developers in town, the City of Rapid City, the county, all of it involved in ensuring that they've got a great place to land, because we lose out occasionally because we just don't have the space necessary, and that's a little bit of a chicken or the egg. You're not going to build buildings to stand empty, but if I had an ask, it would be that we continue to work hand in hand and work together to make sure that there are spaces available, and that we are looking at master plans and things like that put us in a spot to be ready for these light industrial, these software development, these types of businesses. Because if they're going to stay here, they want, to the councilman's comment, they want a jewel of a building as well, and they'll go a certain way, but there's a lot of other communities that will go a long ways as well, and so we need to make sure we're competing on that end, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And thank you for that. I think this project serves as a shining example when we all work together. That was what happened. That's how we got this done before. I think as a community, if we can get to that place again, we can see good things happen. So thank you, Mitch.
Councilman.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Nightingale, kudos to you and your crew and your staff that have put this all together, and all the designs and everything and I appreciate the time you took to educate me and others that went along with us to take a tour of your facility. When a business graduates, that's what I'm going to call it, graduates from your facility.
That's what we call it, Councilman?
Yes. You don't really just kick them out and then good luck, you're on your own. Are you the one or are you responsible for assisting the businesses after they go out on their own, and then And one of the areas that is really of interest to me is called economic gardening. Are you able to address some of those issues?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, that it's not necessarily me personally, but even this building is not me personally. Our Elevate Rapid City staff is in position to do that. Matthew Bruner, our Director of Economic Development, he's chartered with a big job of business retention and expansion, working in collaboration with our Governor's Office of Economic Development and the federal government. We work hard, and the strategy is that at 5 years, we don't just give them their 30-day notice. We have, tiered goals and milestones that, every time we review their lease annually, we're asking about, where are you at in terms of the job growth you said you were going to bring, the capital expenditures, and, not every business is going to be a success, and we understand that. I'm sure you've all seen the statistics about startups failing. We've seen as low as 50%, as high as 90%, and so really, we are positioning them to where it's long before that 5-year mark that we have put them in a spot. They've been talking to a commercial realtor for a while now. They've been talking to the universities and our workforce development team about where they're going to find the workforce. That's really one of the big areas where they would leave if they can't stay, is because we're still coming around to really having enough primary sector workforce. We're graduating some great people out of the South School of Mines, Black Hills State, Western Dakota Tech, Oglala Dakota College, but they're not staying here, right? And that's a problem that we are dealing with, like a lot of people are dealing with, because we don't have anyone that they can hire that's got that 5 to 10 year experience, right? And so, yes, we do have a lot of strategies in place. In some cases, time will tell if we can make that happen. But really, one of the things I'll note is that every company that comes or every company that stays just adds to that. Because if there's only one successful software development company here in town, and they could maybe recruit talent from Austin, Texas, well, that top talent is going to look at Rapid City and go, this looks great, the quality of life looks great, this looks like a great job. Well, what happens if it doesn't work out? If I stay in Austin, Texas, I can go across the street and find another software job. In Rapid City right now, there is only a couple, and I don't mean to belittle any software company, but we just need more primary sector, and that's where we're going. Once the snowball starts happening, we're fairly confident that we can keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. Good job on the presentation, and very exciting news. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, next on the agenda is general public comment. This is a time for members of the public to discuss or express concerns to the agenda on any issue not on the agenda. Action will not be taken at this meeting on any issue not on the agenda, except by placement on that agenda by unanimous vote of the council members present. So how this works is I'll call your name, you come up. Each speaker has 3 minutes. You can watch these lights over here. They're like traffic lights, so you know how you're doing. I would ask you to be civil and polite in your address to the council. And looks like we have about 20 or so of these. And so we will get started with Chuck Henry.
Thank you, Mayor. To those that talked about lawlessness of the mayor and city council last meeting, what about your lawlessness not wearing masks when it's required? Those that keep saying stuff for, like the mask mandate was going to be against their First Amendment right, well, here's the First Amendment. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or the press or the right of people peacefully assembling or petitioning the government. That's the First Amendment right. There's nothing there that says about masks not violating it. And again, I keep saying this all the time. If you don't agree with the city council or the mayor, run for their position. There's going to be elections for city next year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And next, Arshawn Torno.
Mayor and council members, as you know from the notice that my office provided today to this body, we submitted on behalf of clients of my office, and by the way, it's Arshawn Torno from Torno Law Office in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. We submitted a formal notice of potential claim as is required by statute. And quite honestly, my office represents a number of businesses in Rapid City and individuals who have been directly harmed by actions taken by certain council members, the city as a whole. We're certainly investigating to what extent, who and what was involved. But I'm going to be very honest. I've been in practice almost 35 years. I'm not looking to litigate the problems that these folks have, but they've been placed into a corner, unfortunately, where I guess I'll springboard off of what Councilmember Jones indicated earlier, that I've been involved in city government. I was in the city attorney's office for 16 years. And there is a way for government to work with and through problems that have arisen. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, and those businesses that I represent, there hasn't been this collegial, how can we work with you? It's if we don't agree with you, we're going to chastise you, we're going to put out lists, we're going to discriminate against you. I mean, that's the antithesis of what government should be about. I find it ironic that you have Elevate Rapid City. I don't know a lot. I listened to the presentation, but I see that we want to promote people to start up businesses, and yet you have business owners here that are running their business and trying to make a living, and there's threats and there's social media posts and don't go to this business and they're not a good business and they're not practicing business safely. That's not the government's role, and you know that. And again, we don't want it to come to the situation that we have to litigate, but we expect that you as a council and the city do the right thing and work with these folks, not against them, and not to sort of in a reverse McCarthyistic way try to point them out and shame them. That's not what government's about. That isn't what your role is. We would ask you to correct the wrongs that have been done. I saw some comments that the city said, through the mayor's office, that there should be patience and forgiveness. I'm a Christian by nature, and I know my clients, a lot of them are, certainly not trying to have the government to set aside a specific religion, but I would say this, that these folks are willing to be patient and forgiving when the wrongs that have been committed against them have been righted and the government works with them in trying to find a solution. Thank you.
Nick Geary.
Well, I do have a mask on, but I guess I need 2 now, and then I heard it was 3 for it to be really effective, so I don't know where the goalpost stops. And I also see that the World Health Organization has turned down their cycle rate, so we're going to see less cases, which is what a lot of us came down here and asked for you guys to consider, is what we were saying and where our information was coming from. But you guys did not want to do that at all. I did not come down here looking for a fight. This fight came to my doorstep, and watch out, I fight back. And this has been quite the journey. I have never been political, but all of a sudden I am now political. I'm on videos, I'm doing this. saying that, and apparently now I'm close to becoming a public figure, which means now I'm open for attacks. I don't know what else to say other than this has just gotten, to sit there and say that this was just about the face mask. I've been down here multiple times. This to me was so political. I mean, it was complete political. And the stuff that I've experienced, like when I reopened up our bar, when we were allowed to, my first 2 customers were people trying to drink that didn't have IDs. I have an instance that took place, which you guys are all aware of, which is my complaint about my hotel. I'm very suspicious about that. I went ahead and told you about my complaint that took place on November 3rd in small claims court. I'm very suspicious about that. So to me, this isn't some list or an Excel spreadsheet that somebody has an association with or doesn't. It's a very real experience, and it's really chilling. And not only that, it's going to probably get worse for me because there's another topic I'm going to start pushing on, and that's the secret agreement that the city and city officials entered into to basically deteriorate our public safety. But I'm here to fight, and I'm going to fight. Thank you.
Bill Clayton.
Thank you, Mayor and Councilor. I'm here as part of a large and ever-growing group of citizens, most of whom are business owners, and many of whom submitted official, notarized complaints charging your council president, Laura Armstrong, with gross partiality and malfeasance. I will reiterate that this group is unique and not part of South Dakota Citizens for Liberty. We have not forgotten that you attempted to pass an ordinance with a mask mandate, an edict. Several of you hid behind the facade of all we are requesting. Even a grade schooler understands the difference between a request and a demand. Laura Armstrong took things even farther. First, and by her own admission, she crafted a page on Facebook called Caring Businesses of Rapid City. Interestingly, she stated in a Facebook post, "Some friends and I created this Facebook page." Conversely, her good friend Natalie Slack wrote in a Rapid City Journal editorial on January 16th, while on the phone, Laura whipped up a Facebook page called Caring Business of Rapid City and immediately made me a shared administrator. Both versions cannot be true. Leaders take responsibility for their actions. If there are caring businesses, the converse must be businesses that don't care. This is a violation of multiple facets of paragraphs A1 and A2 of your Code of Conduct. Further, Laura Armstrong linked this divisive Facebook page to the official Rapid City webpage, I would guess without authorization. She also made a request to staff at Visit Rapid City to link the Facebook page to their website. I understand Julie Jensen has offered conflicting explanations as to how and why that happened, but this action also violates your Code of Conduct. This Facebook page purported to be and remain, and I quote, positive and supportive, unquote, then spawned a multi-page spreadsheet that listed businesses in one of 2 categories, safe businesses and businesses to avoid. At a time when local business owners were struggling to keep their doors open, to keep employees on their payrolls, and to feed their own families, this damaging tool that points directly back to Laura Armstrong's influence was being used to materially harm businesses and their owners in our community. Any argument that she only meant to help is totally negated by the fact that she did nothing to calm the waters and stop harming these innocent people as she and her friends persisted in building this and another divisive spreadsheet. She had every opportunity to calm her friends and denounce their actions. Instead, she continually fanned the flames from home and from right there on the dais in complete disregard of the Code of Conduct she has sworn to follow as an alderman and uphold as the president of the council. That is malfeasance, dispensation of special privileges, and morally just wrong. Laura Armstrong's true feelings, words, and attitude are chronicled in the video of the special city council meeting on 11/19/2020 at 2 hours and 38 minutes to 2 hours and 43 minutes of the meeting. Her fear, anger, and condescending demeanor are unmistakable when she isn't actively engaged in damage control. Thank you.
Jasmine Stengel.
Good evening, Council. So first, I wanted to just say that why the 92 complaints are being treated as one complaint is very confusing to me. I don't know why it was chosen to be addressed like that. I've read a lot of the complaints, and their complaints are individual complaints. And they each have a different story or each have a different reason why they made those complaints. But I know that you have all received a PowerPoint that I hope you took the time to look over in detail. I believe that it highlights the reason a large group of businesses and members of our community decided to write complaints and to have their voices heard. With different versions of the events that have unfolded and being widely spread on social media and other platforms, I wanted to make a couple of things very clear. The individuals that wrote in complaints were not incited to do so by any one person or any group to voice their concerns. Anyone that is alleging this is either misinformed or is not speaking truthfully, and we have evidence to back that notion up. The reason we all came together is we all saw wrongdoing and division occurring at the hands of Laura Armstrong. We watched as she mocked, shamed, and ridiculed her citizens, and used her position to only promote businesses that believed in her disputed policy matters while engaging in negative conversations about other businesses. All the while, she was asking for unity, peace, and support of local businesses. Laura Armstrong's own words and actions were highlighted in the PowerPoint that you all received through City Council, to the City Council for consideration. Secondly, it was circulated online today by Laura Armstrong and others that the complaints were only submitted based upon one spreadsheet created by one Raylan Karstens that was one of many blacklists that were circulating. This is also disinformation, and the ones circulating that are also not speaking truthfully. There is no mention of Raylan Karsten's naughty list spreadsheet she created on South Dakota COVID-19 responsible businesses and nonprofits in my complaint. And there is no instance of this being brought up in the PowerPoint that you all received. We again highlighted in detail in the PowerPoint submitted to the council the standing of our complaints. Anyone that chooses to redirect the truth, shift blame, or misguide the general public should reconsider. Code of Conduct A.1. The City of Rapid City expects each elected official to demonstrate the highest standards of conduct, personal integrity, and honesty in all their activities. A.2. Each elected official to undertake their duties in a fair and impartial manner, refraining at all times from discrimination. A.4. Each elected official is expected to treat members of the public with respect and courtesy due to the citizens from public servants, all of which we believe were violated, and we provided screenshots of Laura Armstrong's direct words and actions. We also know that Joel Landine and Laura Armstrong's direct actions to not redact personal information created new blacklists.
We need to wrap up, Jasmine. So.
Okay. And screenshots of those newly formed blacklists were also provided to the City Council. So if code of conduct isn't being followed and proper protocols to file a complaint regardless of your political views isn't being followed, what faith does that give to our community as a whole that future code of conduct complaints and the processes laid out will be followed? Please uphold the code of conduct, follow due process, and sanction those that violate it. Thank you for your time.
Kirsten Mitzel, sorry if I got your name incorrectly.
Good evening, Council. Unity. Such a simple concept, yet so hard to attain. Ms. Armstrong calls for the community to come together and help each other during this crisis, which I absolutely agree with. However, her actions sing a very different tune. Laura, along with friends, wanted to create a, quote, page to promote local Black Hills businesses that are committed to public safety, unquote, and, quote, the goal is to encourage local businesses to adhere to strict CDC, social distancing, and facial mask practices, end quote. However, her actions incited further division. The page was, quote, intended to be positive and supportive, unquote, yet it emboldened her constituents to harass people and businesses that do not follow those guidelines. It emboldened them to create lists of businesses to avoid. And due to Laura's request to release the unredacted complaints against her, it emboldened constituents to create a new list from those complaints. It also released our addresses and signatures of everyone that filed a complaint in the hopes that they could seek justice for their wrongdoings. And only after the complaints were filed did the caring businesses of Rapid City Page do a cleanup to hide the divisiveness that they allowed to go on. As a citizen, this pattern of behavior concerns me very much, and I hope that it's not allowed to continue. Thank you.
I'm not sure if it's Amy Daniel or Arnie Daniel. Mr. or Mrs. Daniel?
Daniel?
It's Annie Daniel.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. So regarding the Laura Armstrong ordeal, I would like to express how upsetting the situation is for a business owner. Hypothetically, if our business were one of the targeted and on the dreaded naughty list, we would be suing the city for defamation. There was a spreadsheet telling people where not to go. This was unnecessary, and she should have limited herself in any online representation of herself to only advising people as to where CDC guidelines were being enforced. Why would the council tolerate Laura Armstrong to potentially be the cause of multiple lawsuits involving the city? Then, President Armstrong exploited the ones affected by her naughty list by releasing their names publicly to the newspaper. Whether a legal move or not, she obviously had vindictive motives for going that route. What's really disturbing is that she is creating conflict with her own constituents and doesn't see anything wrong with that. Now, there are Laura Armstrong trolls that are publicly boycotting my husband's business, not based on any fact of whether he even enforces mask wearing or not, but solely because he officially complained of her wrongdoings, invoking his right to free speech, and is now getting chastised for it. On a side note, he always wears masks to all of his service calls unless the client specifically tells him that they don't need him to. So how about we compare this with Lisa Modrick's violation of the Rapid City Council's Code of Conduct? Getting into a disagreement involving airport politics and her having a conflict of interest by being on the council and receiving 1 complaint versus 92 complaints is looking pretty innocent at this point. I'd like to read the following quote regarding Modrick being recalled. This, though as ugly as it is, to me, this is far more ethical and should be far more reassuring to the public that council is able to take these hard votes at great risk to their own fortune, political future, or their businesses, maybe their friends, networks, than the alternative of ignoring it. That was Mayor Allender. He was also quoted saying, "No longer will I stand by while the airport and its officers endure these vicious attacks on their character and integrity." Well, Mayor, are you going to stand by while your voters and citizens of your city endure these vicious attacks on their character and integrity? Thank you. Have a good evening.
Christine Stevenson.
It's Christine Stephenson.
Oh, sorry.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm here tonight in support of Laura Armstrong specifically, but also in support of all of you as public servants. The complaints against Laura Armstrong are unjustified and unfair, and many of them are untrue. Laura Armstrong exercised her First Amendment rights as a citizen. She did not violate her responsibilities as a city council person, and I hope that you exonerate her swiftly and decisively tonight. But I'm also addressing you as a former public servant. I was on the Rapid City School Board, and I think another reason, besides the legitimacy of the complaints against Laura Armstrong, another reason why these complaints need to be taken seriously, but also decisively rejected, is that the people who are behind some of these complaints, not all of them, I know that businesses are hurting. And I don't want to say that I don't want to put all these complaints into one box, but there are a group of people in town who are behind some of these complaints. And their goal, they are the bullies here. They would come to school board meetings and don't open that envelope first when you're certifying the vote. If you don't, we're going to call, or if you do, we're going to call a lawyer, and we're going to make sure that you're doing this right. And are you going to propose an amendment to that? Well, that wasn't on the agenda, and you have to do it this way. And they come and they intimidate good people who are trying to move this town forward. Laura Armstrong is a public servant. She's not doing this for her benefit. She proposed a mask mandate, or I don't know, Ms. Armstrong, if you proposed it, but she was a proponent of a mask mandate because she felt it was in the best interest of this community. It failed, and I'll be honest, I think that the failure further was in the best interest of our, or not in the best interest, helped our businesses survive. But I want to tell you, you business owners who think that because of this list of this Facebook group that you lost business, I know business owners who had a mask mandate. People walked out every single day. People threatened, a business owner that I know threatened his teenage employee with a gun to say that he had a right to walk through that shop without a mask. So for all the hurt that you're feeling because there's a Facebook group that called you out on not requiring your customers to wear masks, trust me, there are businesses in this town that hurt more because they stood up for the public health and safety of their customers. And Laura was trying to keep this town and our community members safe. And if we allow these complaints to be given the gravity of, censuring a public official, we do this community a huge disservice. People are not going to run for office. They're going to be scared by a small majority of this community who comes after public servants with complaints that are not legitimate or exaggerated and falsified. Thank you.
Okay, Julie Swan. Julie Swan.
Julie Swan.
Julie Swan.
Julie Swan.
Here she is.
Hi, I think there's been a mistake on my paperwork.
Oh,
I
I'm
had
sorry.
it
You're here
right-
for item 45.
Yes, sir.
I apologize.
No problem. Thank you.
Amy Sazu.
Whoops. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you this evening. I am here tonight in support of Laura Armstrong. I think that the censure and removal of her as a city council president is unwarranted and unfounded. I myself appreciate Laura's leadership at a time where leadership at so many levels has failed our country and failed people, as evidenced by the death rate. As a member of a portion of our community that has been disproportionately affected by COVID-19, I appreciate the efforts put forth by Laura and Natalie to protect the most vulnerable and promote transparent COVID policies. My precautions concerning COVID stem from a deep love and appreciation of my community, of my elders, of my family and relatives, and because I have a child I have two children, but one who is at a high risk. Not fear. When I wear a mask, when I have my children wear a mask, it's not because we fear some politicized game that is happening, and it's because we have respect for each other and our health and the health of our family and our community. Indigenous communities across the state are suffering the loss of precious elders and language keepers, And that's a loss that we may never recover from. And it is a terrifying thought for me as a mother of 4 and as somebody who values my Lakota culture and my relatives. I just come here tonight and ask you to dismiss the idea of censuring Laura, removing her, and just reiterating that I appreciate her leadership during a pandemic and that this isn't a political game that we're all playing. I refuse to believe that she was trying to hurt anybody for any reason or do anything out of maliciousness. She was an effective leader during a difficult time. Thank you.
Okay, Deborah Mitchell.
Thank you. I am here to support Laura Armstrong, and I'm going to be reading something which is a medieval song about the plague, and there's no date on it because the plague fled through Europe and repeatedly. And this might be something that you could all listen to and take heart. A sickly season, the merchant said. The town I left was filled with dead, and everywhere these queer red flies crawled upon the corpses' eyes, eating them away. For it make you sick, the merchant said. They crawled upon the wine and bread, pale priests with oil and books, bulging eyes and crazy looks, dropping like flies. I had to laugh, the merchant said. The doctors purged and dosed and bled, and proved through solemn disputation that cause lay in some constellation. Then they began to die. First they sneezed, the merchant said, and then they turned the brightest red, begged for water, then fell back with bulging eyes and face turned black. They waited for the flies. I came away, the merchant said. You can't do business with the dead, so I've come here to ply my trade. You'll find this to be a fine brocade. And then he sneezed. Thank you.
Annie Lloyd.
Greetings, relatives. Good to see you, Mayor, City Council. I want to begin by saying I am so sorry for you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're hurting. I'm sorry you're angry. I'm sorry your business hasn't been doing well. And for all you business owners, I'm sorry you had to make a trip all the way up here from Sioux Falls. You know, I work in public health. That's what I've done for a really long time. And I was so appreciative of Laura's leadership and other people's leadership, Darla's leadership, Lance's, Richie's. You know, this mask thing, I don't know how it got so political other than we've got a lot of fear inside of us, you know? We've got people out there that just want to stir it all up and use it to their benefit. And I know great business owners here that took great risks, spent a lot of money to make sure that their staff was okay. Because those staff went home to families. My relative Amy talked about, man, we've seen so many original language speakers leave us. So many relatives, so many family members gone. This, you're right, it's personal. You know, I'm sorry it's so scary to people, but to take the strong leadership that you have done, I stand here in support of that leadership. I stand here in support of the strong leadership that we've had in this community to try to keep people safe. See, it's my responsibility to make sure I'm not the one that brings this virus that's killing people. Second highest death rate in the country per capita in South Dakota. Man, that's scary. It's decimated families. That's what we're concerned about. And so trying to figure out how to support people that took the risk to protect their families, took the risk to protect their employees. See, so many people that work in these industries, service industries, right? They're not really high-paying jobs, a lot of them. And so they've got a lot of other people that they're taking care of, elders that they're taking care of, right? Family members oftentimes have compromised health. So they want to make sure that they're safe at the end of the day. I hear you want to sue people, man. I don't know. This to me, here's what's important to me. Here's the last thing I'm going to say as that yellow button's going off. Here's how I spent the day today. Here's what I think is important that we're forgetting about while we're spending time doing all this. We had a young kid today that died as a result of suicide in this community again. And yet we're fighting over whether or not we're going to wear masks, man. That just doesn't make any sense to me. So thank you for your leadership. I'm so sorry you have to go through this. And thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak before you.
Rachel Caesar.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm coming here to speak in favor of Laura Armstrong and the actions that she undertook as part of Caring Businesses. I want to state that I was a member of that Facebook group, still am. After I discovered the other group, after a City Council meeting, I became a member of that group. And I can tell you that the two groups are vastly different. Now, however you feel about creating spreadsheets, about businesses where people feel unsafe versus safe, however you feel about that, that has nothing to do with Laura Armstrong. She had no involvement with that. She had involvement with a pro-business, pro-safety Facebook group. That is all. It's a twisted sense of reality to see that Facebook group, which is First Amendment freedoms, as unethical. And I'd like to give you some quick food for thought about this pandemic, because I've been thinking about it, as I'm sure a lot of us have. COVID isn't going to go away magically. We're not over it. It's not going away yet. People who are anti-masking and anti-social distance often are also anti-vaccine. They're probably not going to get the vaccine. Meanwhile, there won't be a vaccine that's available for pregnant folks or for kids probably until 2022. Monument Health estimates that we won't be through administering vaccines for Category 1D folks. That's over 80 people in specific healthcare professions until May. So people like me probably aren't going to be able to get the vaccine until summer. So I want you to really think about where that leaves our business community this summer if we are not taking this more seriously. Can our businesses really survive another summer like last summer? So other communities with pro-science policies are going to start opening up safely because they can. And our business community is going to be left behind because we're not taking it seriously and we're not actually following through with scientific policy. Thank you.
Julie Jensen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. And I want you to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to personally respond to the attacks Councilwoman Armstrong has received in the last couple of months and the involvement of Visit Rapid City. I'm Julie Schmitz-Jensen, President and CEO of Visit Rapid City. With me tonight is Stacy Granum, our Senior VP of Sales and Marketing. Our marketing team can't honestly remember exactly how they found out about the Caring Businesses of Rapid City Facebook page. But it happened over 6 months ago during a pandemic. And we thought linking it to our COVID-19 page on our website seemed like a really good idea. We did not receive one negative call about it until Councilman Wiefenbach called me on December 2nd, 6 months later, to inquire about what Visit Rapid City was, because he's rather new on the council, and so I explained that we're a 501c6, separate from the city, and he wanted to know about this Caring Business Facebook page. I didn't know what he was talking about. So I called, but I told him I'd look into it. So I called Stacy immediately, and she says, gosh, I don't it's been 6 months. We just read about this, maybe on Facebook, maybe Laura Armstrong said something. She didn't know. And she's here to attest to that. So we decided, well, she thought it would be good for the visitors that are asking about mask mandates, because we got those calls on the daily. Now, also, we get calls asking what businesses don't require masks. We would have published that same list. We just weren't aware back in June that there was a list like that. But we get both of those calls, and we just want to help visitors. Now, after Councilman Wiefenbach called, we received one call of complaint. In the whole 6 months, we received one call of complaint from one hosting business, a restaurant, not happy with us posting it. And so we just said, you know what, to keep the peace, we'll take it down. And he thanked us. So we just aren't sure what happened, but researching, we definitely could not find any proof that Councilwoman Armstrong had reached out to us. And we searched texts, emails, phone calls. I want to personally apologize to her one more time. I've done it several times because I feel terrible, because I misled Councilman Wiefenbach about her involvement, and that wasn't fair to him either. So we don't know, but we put it up and then we took it down when we found that people were unhappy about it. Visit Rapid City is here to help visitors. We aren't a blue organization, we aren't a red organization. We are a red, white, and blue organization, and we're very proud of it. Thank you for letting me speak one more time.
Natalie LaFrance Slack.
Is it this mic? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I've already been mentioned several times, but I'm here tonight to speak directly to you. My name is Natalie LaFrance Slack, and I am the co-founder of the Caring Businesses of Rapid City Facebook page that has been attributed to Council President Laura Armstrong. At no time did Laura or I allow negative speak about local businesses on our page, which was a community-informed, comments-based forum that allowed for celebration and information on businesses adhering to CDC guidelines when our city was unable to enforce or mandate such provisions. The very same people who lodged complaints against Laura for not following code of conduct and not doing the right thing are the people who came into these chambers week after week and disregarded the mask notices, ripped their masks off their face in angry protest, and endangered themselves, all of you, and others in this room. To consider that their disregard of posted health and safety standards was not a threat to our community, but a helpful and well-intentioned Facebook page is a stretch of imagination that even my creative mind cannot find. Unfortunately, this sort of targeted misinformation and freedom for my choices but not for anyone else's is not uncommon from the Citizens for Liberty, a group whose constituents seem intent on wasting my time, your time, and our community resources. I'm not a politician and I'm not a policymaker, but I'm deeply involved in this community. In my role on the board for Black Hills Community Theater, we've safely put live theater on hold while caring for both our young and our aging and vulnerable audience. In my capacity as vice president of the Cave Collective, we shuttered our live concert venue last year and have instead spent the pandemic time raising funds for local COVID-19 support services, including the groundbreaking work of Meals for Relatives and Camp Minaloosahan. We've partnered with Front Porch Coalition to address suicide in our community, the South Dakota Arts Council, Black Hills Center for Equality, and over 30 local businesses this winter alone, doing everything we can to spend this year not wasting time, but doing good. I am a small business owner, and I'm also a marketing specialist who has touched the logos, signage, websites, and advertising of hundreds of local businesses, so I am very invested in this economy. But I'm also the daughter of 2 cancer patients, and I work closely with as many as 100 healthcare workers every week. So I care deeply for my health and for theirs. Laura and I created this page to provide information for safety in a time when many community members seemed intent on telling my mom and dad to buck up
and not be scared. At a time when my friend was losing her brother, when my son's teacher was losing his grandma, when children in our community are undergoing chemotherapy, knowing that I could safely shop and keep my dollars local, no maligning or shaming non-CDC compliant businesses took place. The shameful thing here, once again, is the lies and corruption that Citizens for Liberty and other locals continue to use to waste our time, your time, and potentially the health and safety of those in this room today. I stand with Laura and with the page that we work to create, to moderate, and to use in celebration of the community that we live in and love. Thank you.
Rod Pettigrew.
Good evening, Mayor Allender and City Council. Thank you for allowing all of us to share some thoughts tonight. I'm Rod Pettigrew. I live at 1203 St. Cloud. That's Ward 5, and that's where the two best council people, Darla Drew and Laura Armstrong, represent us in a very positive and good way. Apparently, Laura Armstrong is to be evaluated on her qualifications, her performance, and her character in order to serve on the City Council. On a scale of 10, I give Laura Armstrong a 10 out of 10 on all of those measures. I am a local business owner, and along with Laura, have taken a position that this virus is serious and masks are required. The beginning of this, I closed for 3 weeks. Sent my employees home, but I paid them. Some of my competitors, all of my competitors, didn't think it was serious. Menards, Lowe's, they're deemed essential businesses, so they could continue to sell flooring, and I didn't. So, to my not good judgment, I reopened, and in an unfortunate way, this virus has done nothing but made my business boom. Everyone is sitting at home, and I've had the best year, the most profitable year you can imagine. I am a proud business owner that requires masks. If you don't have a mask, you don't come in my store. And I've had multiple people, one man in particular, call me an SOB and say when he comes back, he will have his gun. That's how serious this is getting. I require masks to protect my customers. I have employees who are not in good health, who have immune disorders. I want to protect them and their families, and most of all, I want to protect myself and my family. Someone previously mentioned that this is similar to a previous action the council took regarding Lisa Modrick. I want to put that to bed. This is not similar. I'm vice president of the airport board, and I know all the BS that happened in that event. So don't compare this event to what happened with the airport board. I said at that event, when will the insanity stop? And that's where I am today. We are being controlled by a small, loud, vocal minority. And when will we have the strength to say enough is enough? And if the council does not pull up their bootstraps and make a decision here in favor of Laura Armstrong, the city is going to be run by a bunch of people who are threatening the lives and livelihood of this community. Facts about who is following CDC guidelines in their business does not give cause to reprimand Laura Armstrong. Laura Armstrong is doing the community a favor. The CDC information is much needed by those of us who believe in the value of protecting our clients, our customers, and families. I would ask that instead of you chastising Laura Armstrong for participating in the use of social media in an effort to inform Rapid City, why doesn't the council and community thank her for what she's done? Laura, I personally thank you.
Robin Hinker.
Robin?
Good evening. My name is Robin Rudy Hinker. I'm a resident of Rapid City, and I'm one of the 92 people who filed a formal complaint against Council President Laura Armstrong. Generally, I would describe myself as someone who's politically informed with zero political involvement. My life has consisted of raising my children, working, and trying to make a positive difference. The reason I filed the complaint was that because the environment that has been created by the council, and specifically Ms. Armstrong, is hurting Rapid City. Why did you run for city council? Did you run for council to rule us? We did not elect you as our rulers. You are public servants. It is your job to create a vibrant and welcoming local economy, an environment where businesses can thrive. You, as city council members, have more responsibility because of your elected position. Over the course of the pandemic, the city council and mayor have failed to provide positive leadership. Instead, they stoked the fear and allowed your leadership to dox both people and businesses. I filed my complaint to bring my concerns to the council. Based on the written procedure, my expectation was that my complaint would first be privately considered by the city attorney, and my hope was that my concerns, observations, and experiences as a voluntary resident of the city would be addressed. I'm not ashamed of my actions, and the fact that Councilperson Armstrong worked to release my name and private information so far has not impacted my life. But her attempts to coerce private businesses to follow her prescribed business practices has created a toxic environment for everyone. The discourse is awful. It is a shame that in a relatively small city in the state of South Dakota, our leaders did not call on us to help each other. One message you could have sent to all citizens was, do not be afraid. We are a creative and resilient people. We will get through this. If you are sick, then stay home. If you are afraid, we will help you. There is nothing political in such an approach. You could have helped and encouraged all businesses to come up with creative solutions to the pandemic. Every business represents families that are trying to survive and thrive. People who have put it on the line to start a business here. They add to the fabric of our community, both in tone and in function. Why would anyone on the city council dox private businesses, either implicitly or explicitly? Why would anyone on city council call a group of people them and then infer some of us are not patriotic because we don't agree with their solutions? I ask you to consider the mess that we are in and what is coming out of the city council and its chosen leader. If you want to use your elected positions to do good, then you should hold each other to the code of conduct and work for all the peoples and businesses of Rapid City. To start the healing, you need to enforce the code of conduct. Without that concrete action, then the toxic environment created by Ms. Armstrong will remain. Thank you very much for your attention.
Marcy Hinker.
Hello, my name is Marcy Hinker, a name you, Mayor, may recognize. First, I want to genuinely thank you for your advice, but based on our previous interactions, I suspect I'm not addressing you for the rest of this. I started watching City Council meetings this year to be more informed on what's going on. Once I started paying attention, it became obvious that I needed to support the people in my community. I did so by filing a complaint about the behavior of Council President and how I thought it was negatively affecting not only businesses, but the overall atmosphere in our town. I believe Laura Armstrong has created an environment where people are afraid of retribution from members of the council. I knew the rumor that citizens were being punished by the people in power would be an issue that members of City Council would want to be aware of and address. After voicing my concerns, I was quickly punished by the people in power when my unredacted complaint was published, effectively doxing me. This is not only intimidating to me as a private citizen, but it also seems to prove that council members are above the law. As a graduate student at School of Mines, any information publicly available is seen by every potential employer doing background research on candidates. I'm preparing to graduate in May and would just like to highlight that I have friends in industry actively working to prevent employers figuring out what their political ideologies are. I'm not sure this could damage my ability to interview, but it's something I've thought about since. My complaints about what was being done to legal businesses are real and justifiable. The actions by Laura Armstrong to try to intimidate citizens and thus silence them are inexcusable. I honestly believe that most of you got into public service because you want to make a difference and improve Rapid City. So I want to leave you with 2 questions before you decide whether or not you need to control your president. Do you believe that President Armstrong created a cooperative, respectful atmosphere that improved the city? Do you condone the actions of President Armstrong and want her to set the precedent for what we can expect from you as council members? If the answer to either one of these questions is no, then I ask you to think about what actions you need to take to create the kind of leadership you want to see and be a part of in Rapid City. Thank you so much for your time.
Sheila Schalke, I'm sorry about that.
You did good.
Okay.
I, as well, am one of the 90-plus people that filed a complaint. I'm in no way affiliated with CFL or whatever that group is. I have absolutely no ill will toward you, Laura. I send you love and blessings. But I do think that it was inappropriate for you as a city council member to create a Facebook page entitled Caring Businesses of Rapid City based solely on mask enforcement, as stated in the written description of the page, thereby implying that those businesses that allow choice for medical interventions are somehow uncaring. And although you personally may not have generated the naughty lists or the blacklists that created so much division in our city, your creation of the Facebook page, in addition to you doing absolutely nothing to curb that behavior of those nasty comments that were on there, certainly fostered that energy to grow. In fact, you encouraged it with statements like, try being in a room with those people for 3 hours. And that's just one example of the statements that you made that fueled this divide. You were elected to do a job and represent your constituents. By endorsing only certain businesses based on your belief system, you overstepped your role as a city council person. In closing, I agree with what Mayor Allender said in his interview with the Rapid City Journal last week, that we need to unite. We can have different viewpoints and still respect each other. We can support all Rapid City businesses. Our city council should provide that for this community as well, even if you personally don't agree with that business. Thank you.
Okay, and that'll bring a close to the general public comment period. And following down the agenda, next is non-public hearing items 3 through 54. And there are no speaker requests on items 3 through 43, which are the public comment items. So there won't be a public comment period just yet. We'll go on to consent items 3 through 43.
Mayor.
Would the council like to?
Was there somebody earlier that wanted number 25? Or did I write that down wrong? Was it 45? Okay.
45, a speaker request? Yes. We'll get to them in a minute. Anybody on the council want to, what?
You have a speaker on 45?
Not yet.
Okay, all right.
Maybe we need a break. Okay. Back to the agenda. Does any council member want to pull an item off the consent calendar? If you do, say so now. If not, could we have a motion? Oh, wait.
Hold on. I'd like to remove item 13, please.
Okay, Darla Drew wants to remove item 13. Evans? Anyone else?
What did Bill say?
31.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Then can I have a motion to approve consent with the exception of items 13 and 31? So moved by Roberts and a second by Jones. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll start off with item 13. Acknowledge the November 2020 sales tax report. Darla Drew.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask Pauline if she could go over that a little bit for the people that are watching tonight that are not concerned about masking or getting rid of council members, because sometimes people are really concerned about our finances. And so with the sales tax report, how are we doing with this November?
Thank you. If you look at the report that's attached, we are showing a 3.08% sales tax increase for the first 11 months in 2020 over those same 11 months in 2019. If you remember back in March, we estimated with COVID and the potential impacts that we would have, could have up to a 12.5% decrease in our sales tax. So pleasantly surprised and hopeful for the future, and hopefully it keeps on going.
And do we have any reason to believe that this is from people sitting at home doing internet buying, or is there any kind of a feeling from your department about how this happened?
We are not given that information as far as what is a brick and mortar sale versus an internet sale. So unfortunately, I cannot tell you that. I could go on about my personal experience, but that's not necessarily what everybody does. So,
so this sales tax would also be a reflection of current construction projects and things like that and development?
Correct. That's probably actually what is driving this. As Mr. Pettigrew mentioned earlier, his business is booming in the flooring industry. I know you go to Menards and Lowe's, they're always busy. I know contractors that this is 2020 was the busiest year they've ever had. So there's a lot of construction going on.
Yes, that's what we did while we couldn't go out during COVID either. So thank you for that. And I just really always want to hear those numbers, especially when they're up. So thank you so much, Pauline. I yield.
Motion to approve by Lehman and a second by Stroman. All in favor of approval of 13, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 31, authorize mayor and finance officer to sign an agreement between the City of Rapid City and Skyline Engineering, LLC, for construction administration for the downtown lighting project in the amount of $112,705. Bill Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring up that starting more than a year ago, I expressed concern about some of the equipment we're specifying and installing. I think it's already obsolete. I don't think we should be doing this. I think we should be moving forward to more smart, controlled lighting and setting sort of a standard for what we're going to be doing and replacing all the street lights around town. I guess it bothers me that we're never updated on some of these projects until all of a sudden they appear on our dais here and expect us to approve it. I still believe Rapid City should move toward a dark skies environment, not only for economic reasons, because it not only becomes a destination then, because there are so few dark skies areas left in the country, so we should market as such, but also because if we choose the right things, we actually can save millions of dollars in lighting expenses over the next few years. So before we voted on this, I just wanted to express my displeasure that still the $2 million project we voted on last year, which I believe came in at about 50% of the bid, what we approved of. I have seen no effort toward finding out if we can modify our specs to include some of these controls, because obviously now we have the money to pay for them. So I just wanted to make that comment before we vote on this. Thank you.
Okay. Will there be a motion on this item? Darla Drew.
Could I just add a little bit here? First of all, I'd like to make, no, I'm not going to make a motion right now. I agree with Bill on this. And it's something that I learned a lot about in the Sustainability Committee, and the way that this really does protect our wildlife and their patterns and things like this. When we're looking at these things, it's more than just lighting for humans. And it does draw tourism to for people that are really concerned about ecology and economy. So I'm going to go ahead and vote with Bill on this one, because I think we could do better. I think we could do more research and make this a dark skies community with a little bit of planning. Thank you.
Looking for a motion on 31? Motion to approve by Lehman, second by Solomon. All in favor of a motion to approve 31, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
There more than 2 noes? Let's roll call.
Jones?
No.
Lehman?
Aye.
Solomon? Evans?
No.
Rue?
No.
Nordstrom?
Aye.
Wythenbach? Roberts? Stroman?
No.
Armstrong?
Voting on item 31, and you're the, okay. Then the ayes have it, 6-4. Motion passes. Okay, that takes us to consent, through consent. And now into non-consent items, items 44 through 54. We'll open public comment on those items, and we have a few speaker requests on item 45, starting with Alan Glover.
My name is Al Glover, and I live in 2931 Hut Court in the Johnson Ranch subdivision. We have come before you, myself as an individual and on behalf of the subdivision, to ask you not to approve this rezoning change that was kind of sprung on us in a very short time span. The subdivision that we are in had a master plan that was approved by this body prior to the start of that subdivision, which is now mostly complete except for the commercial part of it. I see no reason to change that to allow a 150-unit apartment complex to be constructed on what appears to be about a half an acre, about a half a city block of ground. You've got a subdivision there of about 80 homes, and what is being proposed is to put a community of 500 to 600 people in a small space, which in my estimation would create the equivalent of a human ant farm. This subdivision is not large enough to accommodate that amount of people and buildings in that small of space. It would be my request that you deny this rezoning request that's before you, because I feel that for the most part it's being promoted out of greed and lack of accountability for what was told us and represented as to what we were buying into in this subdivision. one of the other members of the subdivision that's going to ask to speak before you also has a list of signatures of most of the people in the subdivision that are asking you not to approve this zoning this rezoning of this ground. I would ask if this original master plan was accepted by this group, that you continue to insist that it stays the way that you originally accepted it. Thank you.
And Julie Swan on the same item.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Julie Swan. My husband and I own property in the Johnson Ranch subdivision that we're discussing this evening. When we first became aware of this new neighborhood, we were excited to be part of it. We were promised a park. We were promised shopping. The drawing that we were presented showed a park to be directly located behind the lot that we chose. We chose our lot specifically because of this park. The real estate agent also advised us that there would be shopping. We were thrilled at the idea of having a little coffee shop, a bakery, a little small business, maybe even a grocery store that we could walk to right out of our back gate. Imagine our surprise when we are now being told that there's going to be a gigantic apartment complex in our backyard. None of us bought into the idea of having 300, 400 neighbors in our backyards. We have been duped, we have been hoodwinked, we have been sold lies. Every decision we made about our home and our property was based on the promise of a park and a shopping center. We would not have purchased our home if we had known there would be 150 people or more living in our backyard. I completely understand that this is a difficult time for business and marketing real estate for leasing. However, this is not the fault of the homeowners who purchased our properties in good faith based on the promise of a park and retail space. Please do not punish the homeowners in our neighborhood by letting this bait and switch by the developer be approved. We are humbly asking you, myself and my neighbors that are here in support, to please deny this application for rezoning. Thank you.
Next is Mark Johnson.
Hello, Council. I'm also a resident of the Johnson Ranch neighborhood. I live at 2904 Hut Court, and I'm the one that walked around with a few other folks around the neighborhood, and with actually just a short petition that I drew up for the council, and I would just like to read to you what the members of our neighborhood signed off on. It says this. It says, "We, the undersigned residents of the Johnson Ranch neighborhood, do hereby formally object to the proposed rezoning within our development from commercial to medium-density residential. When we purchased our homes, we were relying upon the information provided to us, which showed commercial development. We believe that the rezoning to medium-density residential would lower the value of our single-family homes and be an overall detriment to our neighborhood in the form of excessive traffic and noise, etc. If commercial development is no longer feasible, we propose changing the zoning to low-density residential and continuing to develop the same type of single-family homes which now exist." And so in the thing that was really confusing to me in looking at the plans, again, which are for 10, 15 unit, 3-story buildings to be built in a sort of a horseshoe shape around that tiny little area which was identified before as about half a city block. I don't know how many of you are familiar or have driven down St. Pat recently and taken a look at that, but I mean, if that is what's called medium density residential. I would hate to see what is considered high density residential, maybe a 10-story building, I don't know, but 10, 15 unit buildings right in our backyards, again, where it was proposed to be commercial, and we just don't understand that, why that couldn't, if more housing is needed in our area, why that can't just continue to be single-family homes, which are what we already have in that area. Yeah, I guess I don't know what else to say other than what the people added here, other than just to say to you all, I am a pastor, and as a pastor I end up talking a lot about loving your neighbor as yourself. And so you might not live near us, but I consider you all my neighbors, and I hope you would consider us to be your neighbors. And all I would simply ask of you all is if this was where you lived, if you had put in and invested the largest, purchase of your life, dependent on what was put forward to you in that decision and what you relied upon, and if it was being changed after the fact, if you would be okay with that. And so I guess what I'm asking you all is, if that's not what you would like to have happen to you, I'm asking that you please don't do that to us. Thank you.
Annie Lloyd.
Good evening again. I didn't plan to come here about this tonight, but when I heard about it, I had to stay. We seem to be at this crux in our community today about the profits of businesses and the welfare of our people, right? And how are we going to grow as a community? That seems to be what's going on here. We need places for people to live that can't afford homes. And they're the people that work in our restaurants. They're the people that work in the assisted living facilities that our parents are in, right? They work in our hospitals, our schools, take care of our kids at daycare, probably take care of the lawns of some folks or shovel their snow. And our people that work really hard, often 2-3 jobs, need a place to live. Hats off to the developer for being willing to do this. We don't have a lot of folks in our community that are willing to do this. It's easy. Yeah, I'm a retired contractor, right? That's what I did before I moved back home. It's easy to build single-family homes. You make a lot of money on it. There's no doubt about that. And, I know realtors make a lot of promises in our community. But let's open up our hearts, Pastor. And let's think about folks that actually need a place to live. And if there's some folks that are willing to build that and create that opportunity, let's welcome that. Because, gosh, I think that's a positive thing, a really positive thing in our community. Very much so. I have kids that go by my neighborhood all the time. And we have a lot of things going on in our community. We have a lot of changes going on. We have a lot of folks moving here from out of place that aren't from here. I'm from here. And finding a place for folks to live has always been a challenge here. It's always been a challenge to find a place that we can build apartment buildings here, because people are like, yeah, not in my backyard. That's really good. It can be over yours, but not in my backyard. I don't want it in my backyard. No. Hats off to the developer to do that. We need housing for people. We need apartments for people. We need apartments and places for people that are working really hard in our community to live, that can't afford houses. Thank you so much.
Mary Jackson.
Hi, my name is Mary Jackson, and I live in 2912 Hot Court. So I'm here about the Johnson Ranch development. So that's my first house that we bought since I get here in the United States. You know, we see it as our, what's it called? Sorry. We see it as we put our profit or whatever, we see it as like, you know, our savings and everything. So I'm scared about like if they put that apartment building behind us, which is right, it's gonna be behind my house, it's gonna be like lower the amount of the money, lower the amount of the house that we purchase, you know? And then I'm scared about, it's gonna be the safety. You know, I have kids and safety, and then like, is it gonna be like, I'm afraid it's gonna be overcrowded. And then, so because we purchased this house because we thought it's gonna be like less crowded and less community, because I know there's a lot of houses there before we picked this house that I know that's gonna be a set for what's gonna be around me. And then when we bought this house, they said that it's gonna be like shopping and some shoppings like that, which is I'm really happy because I love shopping, of course. And there's gonna be a park. Well, I heard it's still gonna have a park, but I didn't know if they're gonna put like 10 apartment building behind my house. I mean, who wants that? Like we buy this house, we're working so hard to afford for what we have. And you know, like I don't wanna just be one day like we put in all our money and savings to make this house nice, and then it's gonna come out like less than what we paid for, you know? Like, it's something, I know it's all boils at the bottom of my tongue, what is it called? But, you know, yeah, so I want you guys to look at it, and then if there is something that you guys can do about it, you know, I mean, it's already like by St. Patrick's Street like that. Well, there's a lot of crowd already. And then if you guys want to look at it, I mean, it'll be nice, but we really love the community, what we have right now. And having a shopping mall there, and it's not a bad idea, actually. You know, there's less, you know, we have family fairs, so, I mean, if we put another like shopping mall there, I'm sure people will love to go there. But like 10 apartment building, right, you know, where we live right now, and we're the first people who live in that community, so of course we're thinking about ourselves. We're not being selfish or anything, but we're just like, you know, looking the perspective at what it's gonna be. Thank you guys so much.
Chuck Henry.
I'm a low-income person. But right now, the apartment building where I live, we got people getting kicked out that just don't follow the rules. That's why there's so much housing problems in the city. They don't follow the rules. They're put down in the lease. That's why they have a month to find another place. Plus, I've voiced this before. Transportation is another problem with people with low income and can't afford vehicles. I agree, yeah, we need low-income housing apartments, but they've got to follow the lease or they're out. So that's what needs to be solved, is these people that don't want to follow what the lease says, which means they get evicted.
Kyle Trulor.
Thank you, Kyle Trelor with Dream Design. I just wanted to, number one, thank everybody for being at this meeting tonight. I know you have some tough decisions in front of you, and I appreciate all of the work that you guys do put in, and this isn't an easy job, and tonight is one of those nights. I also wanted to just make a couple comments on the rezone item that's in front of us. We've had some good discussion here. I've had good discussion with several folks in the neighborhood, and just to kind of give a little background here. So what we're doing is we're requesting a change for about 5 acres from general commercial to a medium density residential. The application was accompanied by an initial plan development for an apartment complex. We are not requesting any kind of variances on density or building heights or number of units for this locale. As a matter of fact, if you look at what we have proposed, or what we were looking at proposing with general commercial, that allows for a much higher level of construction. 4 stories with single level commercial with 3 stories of apartments on top of that, so 4 stories total, which is what we were exploring. The apartment complex that's been proposed is it's not a low income apartment, which has been one of the comments that's been brought up to me quite a bit. Will be market rate. It will be nice apartments, and we're not asking for additional density over and beyond what's allowed with general commercial or even medium density residential. Also, we've got a park here. I just kind of want to, since I do have a fair amount of the neighborhood here, we have just finished grading the area out. We have a walkthrough with Public Works staff scheduled for next Wednesday, in which we've regraded the area that is in question right now. We've leveled out the area for the park. We'll start construction on that park this upcoming spring. So we had a few of these items, the grading included, that we had to get through, but now we're ready to do that. It's nice and level, and so we're excited. We're really proud of this neighborhood overall. We really truly believe that this addition of these apartments will be a value add to this neighborhood, and it will not detract to it. We still do have a couple commercial lots that will develop out as such, but this little piece of MDR is, I think it's really going to be an addition to this neighborhood more than a detraction. So if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them at that time. Thank you.
Okay, and that'll close the comment period, and we will start through the agenda under ordinances, item 44. First reading ordinance 6457, an ordinance amending section 17.06 of chapter 17 of the Rapid City Municipal Code. A request by KTM Design Solutions for Dakota Heartland Incorporated for a rezoning from general commercial to office commercial district for property generally described as being located at 411 and 425 Neal Street. Motion approved by Jones, and a second, was that Stroman? Okay. Bill, are you wanting to speak on this item? Okay. All in favor then of approval of item 44, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 45, first reading, ordinance 6459, an ordinance amending section 17.06 of chapter 17 of the Rapid City Municipal Code. A request by KTM Design Solutions for Yasmin Dream LLC for a rezoning from general commercial district to medium density residential district for property generally described as being located at 2016 and 2030 Provider Boulevard. And we'll go to Bill Evans.
Yeah, I want to apologize to my constituents because I honestly didn't know there was this much passion attached to this. I haven't received any commentary to this point, and if it came across my mailbox with all the other stuff we've had, so I apologize. So I'm going to vote no tonight on this because I do recognize one thing. I recognize that this particular change would constitute a major quality of life adjustment to the people that are living there. I can tell you that. I also recognize the passion in the voices, and to me, I hear a betrayal of trust on in many places here, and I don't know whether it's the trust from us or the trust from the people you bought the land from. All I know is this rush to judgment, and it's a little bit like moment on the lips, forever on the hips. We make a decision tonight in haste, not knowing exactly what we're doing. But unfortunately, then you guys would live with this for perpetuity. So I'm going to vote no on this until I have a chance to find out what's really going on. So again, I apologize for not understanding this problem. Thank you.
Jason Solomon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I talk to our planning department? Not sure if it'd be Vicky. Okay. Ms. Fisher, hello. Thank you for being here. Will you talk to us, number one, briefly, what what goes into the approval of this too. I think one concern, by the way, I have been in a neighborhood where I had to approve development, greatly increased traffic. I do understand, so I have approved these very things in my own neighborhood before, but talk about the traffic impact study, because I think one of the concerns is a lot of people in one place. What does that do to the traffic around it, and especially when you're not used to it? So can you talk a little bit about that for us as
So
well?
very quickly, it is important to note that the current zoning is general commercial. The applicant could come in today and get a building permit for a 4-story structure or structures that would have commercial on the first floor and 3-story of apartments. Doesn't require a rezone, doesn't require a planned development. The fact that they want to take the commercial away and just do apartments is what triggered the rezone. And in residential districts, if you have more than one structure, it also requires that you secure a final plan development, which means the city looks at it, the neighborhood looks at it, and ultimately you look at it. When we're looking at that criteria, we're looking at whether or not it is more appropriate to have a blend of commercial and residential, or maybe just residential. What does the traffic look like? Or what are the setbacks? This lowers the heights to 35 feet, whereas if we left it general commercial, it would allow for a 4-story structure. There's an initial plan development that was before the Planning Commission. It was approved with stipulations, and one of them is that before they submit the final, they bring in a traffic impact study to address the traffic. That initial got appealed. You will hear it at your next meeting. And something to consider as you're considering the rezone, you will see that site plan at your next meeting. When the final plan development comes in, it goes to Planning Commission and again can be appealed to you. But the criteria does look at noise, lighting, parking, lot coverage, traffic, etc.
Okay, thank you. And the bottom line is, I think, especially when you consider other decisions we've made, it would be hard for me to not go with this. In fact, we do need the housing, and I will be supporting this development. I yield.
John Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Tlor, can I ask you a question or two? So I'm looking at this, and I'm looking at the original map on here, and I see that Hulk Court originally was MDR. And then you put single-family homes in it, so it looks like originally this was phased in where you had general commercial, MDR, and then single-family, which is pretty typical in our zoning because we buffer that way. That's how we buffer in Rapid City usually. So I guess my question is, and I think I know it, what was the reason to put those single-family homes in that MDR?
It allowed us to add more single-family homes to help expand that. What we ended up doing was we have a school that we built on the west side of this property, which was originally sited for apartments. So if you pull the traffic study that we originally did with this development in the original master plans, we had that MDR buffer between the single family and the commercial. This is the current master plan. But what happened was we ended up with it's rural American initiatives, and we had apartments over here.
Yes. I don't want you to take up too much of my time because I have a limited amount of time. But I do want you, since you're up there, to circle where the park is going to be.
All right, we still got the park right here.
So the park is going to buffer a little bit of that between there and the apartments on the other side.
Absolutely. We also have a strip of land that breaks, creates a buffer that's a part of this park that connects back between the single family and the apartments.
Thank you so much. And now I'm going to segue from what Jason was saying about having to vote on something in his neighborhood. About 5 years ago, I had pretty much the same thing happen in my neighborhood, where we had some apartments that were coming in. The neighbors came in, of course, didn't want them in their backyard. But they had an option like this one, and the option that they would have had could have been worse than the option they got with the apartments. The apartments turned out to be wonderful, and guess what? It didn't decrease the value of their homes because it was market rate apartments. It's not low-income apartments, which I think done right, they don't decrease the values of your homes. But, you know, I've been surprised looking at some of the homes that have buffered these apartments up there that have sold in the last couple of years, and I think everybody knows what has happened with property values in Rapid in the last couple of years. I am really hard pressed to see any properties in Rapid City next to apartments that really are losing value because of that location. So, you know, I see it as an argument. I've seen it as an argument before. I've had to vote against people because of that argument, because to me it really isn't a valid argument. I do understand the fact that they're not getting what they thought they were going to get, but I also understand that originally that Holt Court in the original master plan would have been apartments. So, and I understand the fact that they put more single-family homes in there because these are really affordable homes, and they needed the lots to put more affordable homes on the market in Rapid City. So I will be voting on the rezone on this. I think in the long run it's better for the neighborhood than to put, you know, a multi-use building in there with general commercial on the bottom and 3 stories of apartments on the top. So anyway, thank you.
Ron Weifenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all of you folks coming in tonight, and I'm not sure if they are the ones that filed the appeal on this, if any of these particular people are. I had an impromptu meeting over on South Valley Drive the other day at noon with about 8 or 12 residents of the neighborhood, and I want to disclose that to you guys because some of you weren't there, obviously. And we went over this plan, and I wish that you guys would have been afforded that same opportunity, and I'm not sure how we wind the clock backwards, but someone had mentioned about these things happening in my neighborhood. I was one of the guys that sat on the council here that went over the Walmart debate for, I think it was about 1.5 years, 2 years, and the thing was it came down to getting the best thing possible. I think you heard from our planning person, Vicky, that said that they don't have to have anybody's approval if they want to come in and build a 4 or 5 story unit with the lighting that's going to be blinding in the neighborhood there. I've looked at the project. Like I said, I've had conversations with 8 or 12 people in your neighborhood on South Valley Drive there that were my constituents. They had called me and had concerns about it. I had Mr. Traylor come over, show him the plan, show you guys the plan. And if I may ask Vicky or Kyle, Mr. Mayor, I have a question for them.
Yes.
My question is, how many units do you plan on putting in there? How many apartment units?
Right now, there's 10, 15 plexes, so 150 units.
10, 15 plexes, okay. That seemed to be a little bit different than what we talked about at the meeting. We talked about 6, 12 units.
No, it's 10, 15 plexers.
Because I thought we talked about 72 units versus 150.
No, right at 150 units.
Man, I'm getting old. I'm losing my mind. But I don't want these people to leave here without some sort of answers, I guess. I think they have the right to afford those answers. If I guess, what happens if I vote no tonight, Vicki? How far does this get put behind?
So the recommendation tonight on the agenda is to approve in conjunction with the plan development.
Okay.
So you're going to see the appealed initial plan development on your February 18th meeting.
So that's different. So then, can we set up a meeting with the folks here, Kyle? That we can go over this? This is different than what I understood. I knew the park was going in, so.
No, absolutely. I'm more than available to meet between now and the next city council
move this
meeting.
forward, and we can still have this discussion. So I think that they need to be afforded the opportunity to see what's going on over there and what the differences would be versus commercial versus the complex units they're looking at putting in. So, thank you.
Laura Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to first thank Vicki Fisher for explaining that, how the process happens. And then I also want to thank Mr. Roberts, who I usually defer to in these matters, about property values and potential depreciation. and the buffer. So that was my question, so we can just walk right through it. I do have one remaining question for our police department or our fire department, just from the safety aspect. I want these property owners to, they're concerned. And when I hear human ant farm and increased traffic, then heaven forbid there's some sort of emergency. Is there going to be enough access in a timely manner if there is an emergency? I'm just thinking if my house was there, what would be my concern? May I defer a question?
Who would you like to ask?
Sorry to put you on the spot. I usually give you a heads up.
Go to Police Chief Don Hedrick.
Thank you. So in answer to your question, we have had quite a bit of expansion in Rapid City happening, and we know there's more to come. You know, right now I believe we at the PD have enough resources to address that, but at some point we will probably have to have a discussion about, as the city grows, growing some of our emergency responder resources as well.
Mayor.
Jason Culberson, Fire Chief, go ahead.
Same as Chief Hedrick. Yeah, as we continue to expand, it'll cause some issues for our department, but as far as this planned development, it's well within our response area for our downtown Station 4 district. I'm going to assume all of those apartment complexes will be sprinkled, so adds a big level of safety factor for us. But as far as ingress and egress, those are pretty typical, 2 ways in, 2 ways out. So,
great. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. I yield.
Pat Jones.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I've spent quite a bit of time out on Hull Court, driving around that area. That's in Alderman Weifenbach, that's our ward, and so obviously we are very concerned about it. I've talked to several residents out there as well. When I first got on the council in July, one of the first things that was placed in front of me was to solve the South Valley Road speed concern. And obviously that is an impossible thing to do. The police department set up radar out there, does extra patrolling, and I'm very appreciative of that, and we're going to continue to do that. Good data was gathered out there by that little trailer that checks for speed, and that will impact the times that we provide more service out there. So that is definitely being addressed. My concern about the project was and is the extra traffic that it will put on South Valley Road. I believe the majority of the people that leave this apartment area will leave and exit out onto East St. Patrick Street. But I'm concerned about those that come around and go down to South Valley Road and want to turn right to go to East St. Patrick. That's a short stint. But my concern is those that want to turn left and go on South Valley Road, down the road, up through the donut hole, etc. Because that area is already has too much traffic for what it was designed for. So, in my discussion with some of the residents out there, one of the things that they are asking for, and they said they can live with the idea of the apartments, which the apartments and the park, there's going to be green space there. I think it's going to be beautiful. We know how this company does business, and so I think it's going to be beautiful. And I respect the concerns of those who live there, but I have faith in the company that's going to build it. I want, and I don't know, no one's made a motion yet to approve this. I would like to add, maybe, I don't know how to do this, Mayor, so I may need your help. If it's a substitute motion or add on to this motion, I'm not exactly sure how to do this, but I would like to add speed bumps to be placed on South Valley Road to help control the extra flow of traffic that will likely be going through there. I understand the concern about speed bumps and snow plows and moving snow, horror. But I also believe that our people that operate this equipment know what they're doing and can deal with a couple of speed bumps out there. So I want to approve this zoning request and add this on to the motion. It's like changing a Happy Meal and making large fries instead of small fries. So I'm not sure how to do this.
Okay, well, since there's no motion and since you've already spoken your mind on the issue, then you would be making a suggestion to whoever may make a motion when you're done speaking.
Yes, so that's my suggestion, and I hope someone will do that, because we need to address the needs of the people on South Valley Road, try to control the speed. There will be more traffic on there. When this goes in, it would just be foolish to say there will not be more traffic. And so we can't go in and redo the road. We don't have the money to make it wider. The donut hole up there is a whole nother disaster. So we need to try to find something that will help that problem. And speed bumps would slow people down. And there's some strategic places out there. I believe with 2 speed bumps, we could really make a difference on the speed out there. So I'm hoping that someone will make a motion to approve this and add on the addition of a couple of speed bumps on South Valley Road to help address the needs of the residents out there.
Vicki Fisher would like you to ask her a question with your remaining minute.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you cannot approve a rezone with stipulations or conditions. I believe Joel can confirm that that's not allowed in the state of South Dakota. But remember, this is in conjunction with a plan development, which you're going to see at your next meeting. So you could add a stipulation to that plan development that addresses any of these concerns, including speed bumps on South Valley Drive.
Okay. Well, I think that's a great idea also. And I just want to make sure, and I will make sure that this carries through. Vicki, thank you very much for that. And I will make sure this gets carried through. And that will be at the next work study session or the next council meeting? Next council meeting? Okay. So then I make a motion.
Yeah, you already spoke too much, so
Oh.
we'll rely on the next person.
Then I will give up my 17 seconds. Thank you.
All right.
And think of a Happy
Nordstrom.
Meal.
Richie Nordstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may make a motion to approve as is, and then I retain the floor.
Okay, time out. Motion by Richie Nordstrom to approve as is and retain the floor, and Lance Lehman was the second.
Thank you. Just
In conjunction with the plan development designation. Yes, it's got to be. Development designation.
Okay, that's the recommended motion, is to approve in conjunction with the plan development. Is that okay with the motion maker?
It is.
And the seconder? Okay, we're good then.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure where to start here. So, Alderman Jones, I don't know of any speed bumps on city streets that are at the standard that we have right now, meaning that they're at a county standard, and I will yield to Public Works Director Dale Tech to make sure that I'm stating that correctly, but speed bumps do not work well on county roads, and that's what we're contending with. So, but I appreciate the thought. Either for Kyle or Vicki, question is that your original, I believe we saw it up here on the screen, that original master plan came in when? What I'm referring to is you made a comment that we didn't have to go through this process if it would have been the original master plan. So about when did this original come in?
So the original master plan would have come in with the original subdivision and the concept, which I think was 2017, so a little over 3 years ago.
Yes, because I kind of remember seeing your master plan with this concept in there. Now, if this was lined up to be with South Valley Drive, I would not be supportive of this. But since it's going to be lined up more so along with Provider Boulevard, and most of the traffic is going to be going out East St. Pat, and if anybody's going to go taking South Valley Drive and going south through that donut hole, I wouldn't recommend it. And if they're going south, it would be much more expedient to go to East St. Pat and going along Elkvale Road. So those are my comments, and if the rest of the council will support this motion, I think we can continue moving forward. And I also appreciate the quality of the developer that's at this juncture that's going to build this apartment complex. The quality is there, and the buffer is there. So again, if it was closer to South Valley Drive, I wouldn't be supporting of this. But that's my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and if anyone wishes to give a little bit of time, Alan Glover's out in the audience with his hand up, wants to speak. So next we'll go to Darla Drew, hasn't spoken yet. Oh, where'd she go? Okay, then we'll go to Lance Lehman, who hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Glover, would you like a minute of my time?
I realize we may get outvoted on our request, but the couple of things that the council needs to figure out in the approval of this, if you go ahead with this, is that as this Provider Boulevard comes out onto East St. Patrick, the way rush hour traffic is and stuff there, no one can make a left turn, and I've already run into the situation that because of the light situation as St. Patrick Street comes into 44, there's so much traffic that comes through there that there's times that traffic backs up from that stoplight there clear back to South Valley Drive. If you put another 150 units in there, you will have to address that traffic situation. The other thing is that the city has seen fit to take out the bad part of the blacktop going down to Elkvale Road on South Valley Drive, and what's there now is only marginally better than the bad blacktop that was there. There will be a lot of traffic that goes down to that way to Elkvale Road too. At some point or another, if you do this, you need to upgrade that South Valley Drive beyond what it is now. And I mean, and when you couple that with the fact that you've got school buses coming up there with your school that's on South Valley Drive, that gets really congested there now with no apartment complex. And so at some point or another, speed bumps don't address the fact that there's not room for that many cars on that road. At some point or another, if you do this, these road situations will need to be addressed to accommodate that traffic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Darla Drew.
I did just have a couple things to add. I really, really like the idea of multi-use developments with not only single homes, but also with apartments that are in the market rate, as I heard. I think that makes for a healthy community, and so I would support this. Yes, it isn't the dream that you might have had of your single homes, but unless you can buy the entire development, it's up to the person that has the land to decide. That's just a fact of life. I know it's not what you want, but I think that it will work out very well. And like Annie had said earlier, we need apartments, we need places where people can live, and I will support this plan going forward as it is. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Bill Evans, 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I rarely disagree with what Ms. Fisher comes up with, because I think she's very good. I, in this case, however, have a problem with the way this has transpired. First of all, I defy anybody that is not developing that whole area themselves to look at that map that was projected up there and envision for 1 second that that whole lot is going to be filled with those giant apartment buildings. I mean, to me, that's just a little bit disingenuous in the marketing, and there's probably a reason why those weren't put up there first. I don't like that, because to me, it's not honest, all right? And very well, after fact-finding, I might agree with the whole concept. But when I look at that, that is not telling me exactly what you're buying. And that's my problem with that. I just want to be clear about that. So thank you. That's all I want to say.
Ron Weifenbach for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm hoping that someone in the group can take a leadership role and either call me or Pat or get a hold of Kyle or Vicky. We'll put together a meeting for you guys to come down. We can explain to you the program. When we did with the Walmart thing, this is going to happen. It's obvious. What you want to do is look for the best opportunity of what can happen out there. And I think, as Mr. Evans alluded to, when we do some fact finding, I think you'll understand you do not want this packed with commercial. I'll almost guarantee that for you, but I'm not going to guarantee you that. But if you reach out to myself or Vicky or somebody, we can set up a meeting. Kyle will come over. We'll meet. We can even meet on site or whatever it takes to show you guys what's happening. You can you'll have a good back and forth. You won't be shut up with 3 minutes. And we'll get some fact-finding information for you folks. Thank you.
And Pat Jones for 17 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. With all due respect to my colleague, Mr. Nordstrom, and others, this idea of the speed bumps is not just a nice idea that I want to see pushed away. This is important that I'm carrying this forward, representing a lot of the residents of the ward who want something done on South Valley Road. So I'm not just going to be patted on the head and let it go away. I plan on carrying it forward for more discussion. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve in conjunction with the plan development. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? One nay from the gentleman from Ward 2. Okay, item 46. First reading, ordinance 6460, an ordinance amending section 17.06 of chapter 17 of the Rapid City Municipal Code. A request by KTM Design Solutions for BH Capital LLC for rezoning from General Agricultural District to Low Density Residential District 2 for property generally described as being located south and east of the intersection of North Valley Drive and East Philadelphia Drive. Motion approved by Jones, second by Drew. All in favor of approval of 46, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 47, first reading ordinance 6461, an ordinance amending section 17.06 of chapter 17 of the Rapid City Municipal Code, a request by KTM Design Solutions for BH Capital 4 LLC for rezoning from General Agricultural District to Light Industrial District for property generally described as being located on North Valley Drive. Motion to approve by Drew, second by Nordstrom. All in favor of approval of 47, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 48, first reading ordinance 6462, an ordinance amending section 17.06 of chapter 17 of the Rapid City Municipal Code, a request by KTM Design Solutions for ZCO Incorporated for rezoning from General Agricultural District to Light Industrial District for property generally described as being located southeast of the intersection of Marlin Drive and Creek Drive. Motion to approve by Drew, second by Nordstrom. All in favor of approval of 48, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 49 under working session committee items. Provide direction to staff on ordinances 13.08.390A and 13.08.430.02. Go to Lance Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to go back to the way things were and get rid of these ordinance changes.
A motion to go back to the way we were and get rid of changing the ordinances.
Do I need to be more specific? Mr. Tech, can you assist me in?
That would wipe out half of our agenda tonight. Joel Landine.
Thank you, Mayor. So everyone understands what that means and understands this isn't going to change it tomorrow. If you approve this motion, I think what we would do is bring forward an ordinance amendment to reverse your previous ordinance amendment. So it would put things back to the way they were, but we would have to go through 2 readings. So it'll probably be a month before things go back to the way they were. And until that time, Public Works will have to continue following the ordinance in effect, and then we'll have to try to figure out how to handle that when the ordinance goes back to the way it was.
Okay, Dale, take anything to add? Nope. Lance Lehman,
I stand behind my motion.
Okay. Motion to do what Lance said, and seconded by Laura Armstrong seconded it. Then we're going to vote on that item 49. Well, Richie Nordstrom, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is a bad idea. The reasons I'm saying that is if you get an opportunity to read the Pennington County Housing, what they would like to have on their request in there, and then because they are not getting notified from their tenants, and the landlords really need to be notified. So I'll have more information as we go along, but I think we've got some other issues to address on this before we start making this wholesale change, and I think it's a real step backwards. Thank you, Mayor. And then if Mr. Tech wants to clarify what I've said, you're welcome to. Thank you.
Okay, Darla Drew.
Thank you very much. Just a couple quick questions on this, Dale. I'm sure that you're going to have to revisit it at some point. When you were working on this, or what your team was doing on this, did they bring in landlords and actually talk to some of the groups that would have to deal with this ordinance?
No, because at the time we didn't know who landlords were. I discussed that at length at our working session. But if
because of the LLC names and those kinds of...
Well, no, we just don't know. Someone can come open up a utility account at any address, so we don't know if they're owner. We don't check ownership. Never have, but through this process, we tried to reconcile ownership versus utility customer name, and we still weren't able to determine who was a landlord and who was a tenant, or who was an owner and who was a tenant. That's very difficult to do unless when people are signing up for the account that they identify themselves as either the owner or the tenant, and as our ordinance was written prior to, we weren't able to do that.
Well, that sounds confusing and ineffective. So I think that it would be nice, I mean, we know who the major players are. We don't have to get everybody in on this discussion, but I would like to see some kind of a working session between, you know, the folks that are going to actually have to work with this ordinance and the folks that are designing it. So, I mean, you know, Kaler and some of the other people that were here tonight are certainly good examples of people that have done this for a long time and might be very helpful in creating something that is acceptable for everyone.
Right. That's the message was heard loud and clear at the working session that utility billing process such as Black Hills Energy, the same type of setup that they have, I think a lot of the landlords, management companies are very used to. So that's what we'll strive to get to.
Okay, I watched it, so I know what you guys were talking about. So thank you for being here and being able to work on this with us, and we'll get as Pat said earlier, we'll come together and we'll work on a solution. That's right. Okay, thank you, Dale.
Ron Weifenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna add maybe a substitute motion or addition to the motion that we suspend the current ordinance. And the reason I'm asking that is because we're gonna ask these guys to, the next 2 months as this goes forward, they're gonna be setting up people on the old system and then have to come back and convert them all. If it makes sense to the council, just to suspend the ordinance that we have in place so it reverts back to the old ordinance, so we're not making the public works people or the people at the water department have to go through a bunch of hoops in the meantime.
Okay, I believe Mr. Landine was trying to get to that point legally. Anything to add on that, Joel Landine?
What I'm looking for, Joel, is a way to not cause a bunch of extra work for the next 2 months for the people handling the water bills and people signing up. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't, I guess.
Well, I mean, it would be not consistent. I mean, generally, you can't suspend an ordinance by a resolution, but on the other hand, I mean, who's going to sue us for it? I mean, so if we're not enforcing it, I mean, it seems pretty unpopular. I guess we can discuss it and consider it, but I would want to give it a little more thought than just shooting from the hip tonight.
I guess that maybe Mr. Tech can weigh in at some point too. You guys can think about it and not have to weigh in tonight, but I just want to make it easier for you guys and easier for the customers.
Well, our employees, from the top down, we have to follow ordinance. So we can't pick and choose what we can and cannot follow. So we'll go to the letter of the law. Perhaps at the working session next week, we will have the ordinance amendment and we can maybe further this discussion at that time.
Thank you. Whatever you're comfortable with. So.
I think Mr. Weifenbach's looking for a way to ease the transition back to the old way, and Ron, you sort of have a substitute motion out there. Would you like to rescind that, or? Okay, thank you. All right, Pat Jones then.
Thank you very much, Mayor. We had tremendous dialogue on this topic at the working session last week. A lot of folks came in and made tremendous suggestions. I have great confidence in Dale and the folks that are going to have to work on this. I'm very confident they're going to bring forward a new ordinance that's going to address the needs, bring in some of the good ideas that were talked about. So I think we're going to be in good hands that a new, better ordinance comes forward. And again, like the library example at the beginning of the meeting that I mentioned, this made government work. We did something, the people didn't like it, we listened, and we're making the changes to try to make things work. And no one got mad, and no one yelled, or anything like that. Well done, and let's keep the process rolling. Thank you.
Bill Evans.
I just want to check on what Councilman Lehman has on the table here. If we just don't approve this and vote it down, we keep the thing currently in effect, correct? Is that what goes on? So we really just need to vote this down, and when we get a good ordinance, then we enact it. So voting on something new is really not necessary. We just vote no. That's my understanding. I don't know. It's confusing to me.
A little clarification then, okay?
Okay. I'll try to explain it as. Oh, okay.
We already approved the ordinance.
My motion was to have staff bring us the ordinance to reverse what we'd approved 2 months ago.
If I may, there's two sections that are listed on the agenda tonight: 1308, 320, or 390 and 420. We're going to remove the words out of those two sections that say must be an owner's name. That's what we're going to be bringing back to you at the working session on next Wednesday. So that'll reset us back to where we were in October. And then in the future, once we work through our software issues that we have as far as accounts, I don't know that we need to formalize it in ordinance. We may be able to adopt it as a policy to make that change, but that's something in the future. That's not going to happen right away. So Alderman Lehman, I agree with your assessment to do a reset, but we're just going to remove the words in the owner's name out of the items that were approved back in November.
Okay. I think we got it hand. No, I think the motion is good on the floor, and we should just vote on it. Yep. Everyone ready? Okay, the motion is to bring forward an ordinance reversing the 2-month-old ordinance and go back to the old way, more or less. All in favor of that, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, thank you. Item 50, community development items, a request by Renner Associates, LLC, for a preliminary subdivision plan for proposed lots 1 through 8 of Block 6 of Caitlin's subdivision, generally described as being located northwest of the intersection of Brook Street and County Road. Darla Drew makes a motion to approve with stipulations, and I think Lance Lehman was going to second that. Okay, John Roberts.
I've got to abstain from this.
Duly noted. We have a motion for approval with stipulations on item 50. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries with one abstention from John Roberts. Item 51, a request by Renner Associates, LLC, for Bill Freitag for a preliminary subdivision plan for proposed tract 1 and 2 of Rockin' Ranch Estates, generally described as being located at 1221 Santana Court. Jason Solomon moved to approve with stipulations. Lance Lehman makes a second. We'll go to Ron Weifenbach.
I'll be abstaining.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of approval of 51 as the motion indicates, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes with one abstention from Ron Weifenbach. Item 52, a request by KTM Design Solutions for ZCO Incorporated for a preliminary subdivision plan for proposed Lot 17A of Marlin Industrial Park, generally described as being located southeast of the intersection of Marlin Drive and Creek Drive. Darla Drew moved to approve with stipulations, and Pat Jones seconds. All in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Under bid awards, item 53, approved bid award for one new current model year tandem axle dump truck with anti-icing system and valve for future plow to Floyd's Truck Center with Northern Truck in the amount of $166,700 after trade. Motion approved by Armstrong, and the second down there was Pat Jones. Okay, all in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 54, approved bid award for one new current model year single axle 4x4 sander truck with a pre-wet system and a V-plow from Floyd's Truck Center with Northern Truck in the amount of $178,311 after trade. Motion approved Armstrong, and a second by Solomon. All in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, skipping down to public hearing items, items 55 through 57. We'll open public comment on these items, and Kent Bradley would like to speak on item 56. Still here, Kent? Kent Bradley? Yeah, item 56. The floor is yours, sir.
Hey, I wasn't requesting to speak. I was just saying we're here in case you guys had questions for us.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, then we'll close the public comment period, and we'll move on to consent public hearing items 55 through 57. Is there a motion? Motion approved by Jones, and a second by John Roberts. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Those items are approved. Now I'm informed we're having an executive session tonight to discuss the qualifications, competence, performance, character, or fitness of a public officer pursuant to SDCL 1-25-2, subsection 1. Is there a motion? Laura Armstrong moved to go into executive session, second by Darla Drew. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are in executive session, folks, and we'll be back when the business has concluded there. May we have a motion to come out of executive session, please? Okay, we have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. Is there any action or motion based on executive session? We'll go to Lance Lehman.
Thank you, Mayor. There was no evidence to support the complaints, so I would like to make a motion to dismiss all of them.
Seconded by Bill Evans. The motion was to dismiss all the complaints. Bill Evans, you can vote. Okay, everyone understand the motion on the table is to dismiss these complaints, all of them. All in favor of that motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Wait. The bill list, and Pauline's got some talking to do. So now the next item on the agenda is number 58, the bill list. And we'll go to Chief Financial, we'll go to the Finance Director, Pauline Sumption.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I warned him that I do actually have additions to the bill list tonight for our insurance renewal. So the first one is Black Hills Insurance for some of the premiums. That's $1,184,898. Then to the City Liability Insurance Fund for $236,753.50. IIARC for the workers' compensation, $508,604. IIARC for the airport general liability, $31,482. IIARC for CDBG for workers' comp for $263. Black Hills Insurance for RSVP and premiums, $269. City Liability Insurance Fund for RSVP, $134.50. And IIARC for RSVP workers' compensation for $23, making the total bill list now at $14,071,414.36.
Motion approved by Solomon, and a second somewhere. Stroman was the second. All in favor of approving the bill list, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn by Pat Jones and Lance Lehman, and we're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.